welcome. Can everybody hear me? Hello? Turn off subscriber only. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Why does it not show me the amount of views on chat? Why does it not show me that? Hold first. Stream manager, this will show me 0 viewers. I don't want it to, I don't have unlimited bandwidth. Wait 20 seconds. Oh, for my viewers, yeah, no, that's reasonable. But no, what I want is, no. Hello. Can you hear me well? I got a new microphone. I'm in a new spot. Life's good, boys. Life's good. What's up? I was thinking about how to make cloud fast. And I realized how to do it yesterday. And then we'll have the opening rant. I also brought a rice triangle to eat on stream. And I also have a green tea. You guys can't see it, but I have a beautiful OLED monitor here. I'm not in San Diego, I'm in Hong Kong. What is the topic today? We're gonna make cloud equals 1 fast. So we have a device called cloud in tinygrad. This is cloud. And we're gonna make it fast. And I realized that I did something wrong. Oh, we got the hype train going. Yeah, Hotz for Doge. Yo, we got a lot to talk about, but let's just say the vibes are good. The vibes are good. Thank God for the Trump victory. Oh, thank God for the Trump victory. Wow. If it's, I'm not gonna stay in Asia. If Kamala won, yeah, I'm staying in Asia. Fuck that shit. Like, it's over. America's the next Europe. But Trump won, Elon won, Joe Rogan won. Yeah, the boys won. My favorite stat of all time is that Hispanic men voted for Trump, right? And I hate that like racist shit, but like, oh shit, I thought illegal immigration meant they were all gonna come vote for Democrats. Oh no, what if we're importing Republicans? Right? Like, I can't with these people. I can't with, like, we sent a resounding victory against racism, against sexism, against deep statism, against bureaucracy. Oh my fucking God. Like, oh wow. If this had gone, if this had gone the other way, what are you people even voting for? Right? Like, you people are voting for a fake managed candidate who didn't have a primary, who can't go on Rogan for 3 hours. If that's what wins America, if that level of I thought that level of stupidity, that's maybe was where America was, and maybe I was a little miscalibrated. Maybe I underestimated my fellow Americans. You guys know how much I love America, right? You guys know how much I love America. No, it's so, especially, just in the last week, the way things have shaped up. I really hate when Trump, just like when he just attacks people or when he whines. Like, bro, you're president of the United States. You won. Okay, now it's time to be the adults in the room. Look, Elon will be remembered as one of the greatest men of this time. Like he's a legend. He's a legend in history. All right, so let's just say the vibes are a lot better, and I'm gonna go back to America. I'm not staying in Asia. Move comma to Texas. Look, I mean, that's a question. That's a question for the comma people, right? They're smart people. we voted to move down to San Diego. If they want to vote to move somewhere else, we could, we could have that vote. But no, I think even California, a lot of I saw which propositions passed in California. Oh, normalcy is returning. Oh my God, there's a whole set of people who I never ever want to see anywhere near politics again. Right? They're absolute clowns. They will drive the country into poverty. They will, you cannot be. I understand not wanting to you can't be on the fence about whether crime should be illegal, right? Anybody who's on the fence about whether crime should be illegal should never be in charge of anything. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, I don't know. Maybe crime should be legal. No, it shouldn't. No, I don't support the mass deportation. It's not even, you know what we need a mass deportation? We need a mass deportation of bureaucrats from Washington, right? The guy who crossed the border because he wants to make some money, as long as he's not using government, as long as he's not using welfare, I don't care, man. Why should we care? Why should we care? Oh, well, he's taking American jobs. I hate those people too. So, what a victory. What a victory. And also, here's another thing. I voted for Trump in 2016. I've never said that on stream. I've told that to some of my friends. People have gotten mad at me for saying that. I voted for Trump in 2016. And I think we're in a world now where you can say that. I voted 16 and never again. I'm with you. I didn't vote in 20. I didn't vote in 20. I'm like, this is. I don't know. You guys are both clowns. But it's just and I never want to see. There's a whole class of Republicans I never want to see in politics again. Mitch McConnell, never want to see him. Like Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi should be moved into a retirement home somewhere, and we should never have to hear from either of them again. That would be a great victory. I'm over Ted Cruz too. All these like lifetime congressional. Oh wow. Look. I don't actually know if things are going to get better. I don't know what's going to be fixed electorally. But what I do know is the cultural rejection of, it's not leftism, okay? It's not leftism. It's like nanny statism. Right? The cultural rejection of saying, no, we do not want to be ruled by our betters. We do not want to be condescended to, because the level of condescension was insane. White dudes for Harris, you watch any of this stuff, the level of complete condescension. I saw ESR tweet. You guys know ESR, Eric Raymond is the old school open source guy. He wrote the questions document. He had a tweet that I liked, and it said, the only thing that I really look for in a politician is gun rights. Gun rights are a major proxy for me, more so than free speech, more so than anything else, because fundamentally, the people who want to, and I don't own guns. I've shot guns. I like guns. I certainly support other people's right to own guns, but I'm not, big into owning guns. But fundamentally, if you do not believe that your citizenry can own guns, then you're saying that you are their rulers. You're saying that you, as the ruling class, because obviously the ruling class has guns, right? You are the anointed ones. You are the the special privileged. No. You trust the citizenry with guns, or we don't. The American project is over. Based founders, based Elon, and I've liked. Trump has his good and his bad. I've liked his red alert style videos on Twitter. Talking about how we gotta end homelessness. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I wish Trump would, really extend an olive branch on. The trans stuff, the abortion stuff. Like, come on. Come on, stop trying to restrict other people's freedoms, right? These aren't, unless what you're restricting their freedom from doing is crime, because no, you're not free to do crime. I'm sorry, crime should be illegal. I know that's a controversial position, but you know what? It's not a controversial position anymore. It turns out it's just Europe that's fucked. America is coming back strong, and yeah, I'm gonna go back when my tour in Asia is done. Democrats are horrible? No, it's not. There's horrible Democrats and there's horrible Republicans. There's the horrible people are the people who see themselves as a ruling class, who see themselves as you're better, as you're I went to college and I got a degree and therefore I know better than these people. Right? It's that attitude. It's the condescension. The first thing you hear is Europe is fucked. Yeah, I'm happy I don't live in Europe. I think that can it be fixed? Sure. Vote for the Donald Trumps of Europe. I'm sure you guys got some. But not like, we don't want like these hardliner, right-winger, we can have a big tent. A big tent, and that's why my favorite statistics from the Trump election, just to engage with the left on their level, is Latino men and Native Americans voted for Trump. So land acknowledgement, bitches. The Native Americans voted for Trump. Like you can't. I just the DEI, the wokeism, it is over. We are free, and I think there's a lot of work to be done, but I think now at least we're not disagreeing over whether crime should be illegal or whether we should disband America and give it back, right? I mean, you got that level of lunacy, right? These people genuinely do hate America, right? Like there's people out there who genuinely they hate America, and you shouldn't be. You can hate America. That's the great thing about America, but you shouldn't be anywhere near any levers of power if you have that attitude. I want the top America lovers to run America. People who not who don't apologize. Oh, America was stolen from British people. We stole America from the British. That's right, we did. Yeah. This place used to be called York, but now it's called New York. That's right, British. Yeah. So. No, look, I lost the plot. I lost the faith there for a little bit. I think that I started to like the left's just the constant racist shit got into my head. I hate the racist shit. Everybody wants the same things. They want a nice country, nice rich country where people work hard and hard work pays, crime doesn't pay, and you believe in these values. You want to produce more than you consume. I think everyone with that attitude should be welcome to America. So the caveats. My biggest caveat about Trump is the immigration. You have to let in high-skilled immigrants. High-skilled immigrants are the reason America is rich, and we all love being rich. Okay, we love being rich. That's another one. If you love being poor, oh man, you shouldn't be near any levers of power. Oh, please not stop stealing smart people. Yes, America, continue to brain drain the world. Yes. The Perplexity CEO didn't get a green card. You see that shit? That's offensive. Why the hell would you not? He's got no issue with legal immigration. No, look. And I'm all for closing the border. Actually, one of the things I loved about Trump in 2016 was the wall.
I love everything about the wall, okay? And not because the wall is again, I think a lot of these people are economic migrants. I think we should let 98% of them in. But you have to physically control your borders. Like this is the job of a state, right? And also the wall would be a great great way to make work for Americans, Of all the stupid make work projects in government, at least we could build a wall. Turns out we can't. Um, uh, Perplexity CEO is still waiting. Yeah, this kind of bullshit. Like, why? Why does that guy not immediately, like, I also don't understand why other countries aren't more aggressive about this, right? Like, I looked into, what Hong Kong stuff was, and it's not like easy. And it should be dead easy, right? It should be dead easy. Green cards are, but at least for work visas. Anybody who can produce more than they consume should be given a work visa to work in the country. Do you need skilled immigrants when you have AGI? Yeah. Do you need airplanes when you have teleportation? I fled to the commies, typical Jersey move. Should NASA exist? What do you mean? Yeah, I think funding the colonization of Mars, putting an American flag on Mars? Hell yeah, I want my tax dollars to go to that. What do I not want my tax dollars to go to? We have to save the indigenous seals of the Maricopa region, and it's going to cost us $300 million a seal. Like, no. Mars, a big American flag on Mars, a city. You know my take on Mars, right? I want to go to Mars once we have 5-star hotels on Mars. Right? So someone's got to build those 5-star hotels, right? And if it's immigrants, that's the best, right? Let's get some immigrants to Mars to build 5-star hotels. Right? Big tent. But yeah, no, it's thank God for not just the Trump victory, but the other thing that I really didn't want to be in America for was like Trump wins by one state and like hanging Chad. No, I don't want to be there for that. Right? Like, who wants to be around for that kind of shit? No, resounding Trump victory. To quote Sarah Lynn, suck a dick, dumb shits. Let's get to coding. No, this wasn't like Joe Biden. Who's got a problem with Joe Biden? Kamala she couldn't talk on, if it should be immediately disqualifying if a candidate can't go on Rogan, right? That should just be what, and you can't talk for 3 hours on a podcast to your constituents, but you're gonna talk to Vladimir Putin? Come on. What are these? We are unburdened by what could have been. All right. You know what? But it's not, and also here's the other thing. I'm not saying everyone who voted for Kamala is a bad person. I totally get like a lot of reasons why, not everyone loves Donald Trump for all sorts of reasons. I know a lot of Kamala voters. Yeah, I get it. I think that no one was particularly happy with the candidates. I would have been much happier to straight up vote for Elon instead of voting for Trump. But the Trump I've seen, he was restrained in his victory. I always hoped in 2016. I think some of my favorite Trump stuff from 2016 was when he was making fun of Jeb Bush, because I grew up. You grow up. Oh, I hated George Bush. I hated the Iraq War. That whole. If you look at Glenn Greenwald, right, like that guy has tracked. The kind of politics I have. The kind of like if you think of like the more left-sided politics, it's like. I like Glenn Greenwald, and just being against surveillance state, being against foreign wars. Come on, I'm wearing a shirt that says Institute of Crypto Anarchy. You can guess what. Um, I like JD Vance. Certainly a lot better than Mike Pence. Certainly better than Mike Pence. I like this tweet about AI. Look, you never know with these people. I haven't spent a ton of time going into it. This is not a full endorsement, and even someone you fully endorse, they might say something that's like I think I'd pretty fully endorse Elon, but even he might say something that I think that's stupid actually, right? You always got to be thinking, right? You always got to have your own opinions. But yeah, no, I'm going to go back to America, and I'm going to figure out where in America. And yeah, we're going to make America great again. And I'm sorry for ever losing the faith. I believe in America. You guys know how much I love America, right? I love America so much. All right, let's see the triangle, and let's get to coding. I'm glad DeSantis is the next president. Yeah, I don't know that much about him, but I don't want these old guard Republicans either. I'm definitely not a Republican, right? Like, what am I? Oh yes, Liz Cheney. Oh, Liz Cheney supports Kamala. Wow, that's even more reason that I hate Kamala, right? Oh yes, Dick Cheney. Yes. Are you kidding? It was worse than Bush. Oh yeah. That's the most important thing to watch. I don't know that much about Mike Pompeo. I don't really follow politics that much. I couldn't tell you who all these people really were. But I want to see all. Actually, I loved an RFK proposal. Move the. It's very hard to dismantle a bureaucratic institution, but you can move it. Right? Just move it out of DC. Take I'm fine. You can't dismantle you can't shut the Department of Education down. I think that one should be shut down. But if you can't shut it down, why don't you move it to Oklahoma? Right? Oklahoma Department of Education. I think 92% of the DC district voted for Kamala. Right, way more of a landslide than anywhere else. San Diego's close. Orange County went Trump. But all of these government agencies, just move them out of DC. I love it because remember that your fight is not with a Kamala supporter, a leftist, anyone, that's not who your fight's with. Your fight is with an unelected bureaucrat class that spends your tax dollars, takes your tax dollars, and is unelected. And these people need to go. These people need to be removed from government. And let's see how much Trump succeeds at that. There's a lot of, I'm sure we'll all find reasons to be upset after 4 years, but I love that Elon's keeping his eye on the prize too. This entire bureaucrat class needs to be retired. I love the 2-year severance. This is straight out of Curtis. Give these people a nice severance and just go do pottery somewhere. Yes, pottery would be perfect for you. I like Vivek. You don't like Vivek? I like Vivek. Trump and Elon are bureaucrats? Say a lot of things about him, but I don't think they're bureaucrats. Sam Altman. All right. There's nothing wrong with oligarchy as long as the oligarchy is competent. There's nothing wrong with monarchy as long as the monarch is competent. There's nothing wrong with democracy as long as the electorate is competent. Right? It's not about the system of government. It's about the competency. It's about the ability of the people to successfully deploy capital. right? Elon is the best capital deployer in the world. You want people like that deploying the government capital, and be that capital money or personnel or resources or anything. You want that stuff to be efficiently deployed such that you get a return on that. And that is how you live in a rich country, right? And just analyze everything through that lens. Right? I'm not a fan of like charity. I think charity is pretty stupid. I think the greatest charity is business, right? Because imagine you could give $1 million to a cause, or you could take that $1 million and start a company for that cause. And then you could funnel $100,000 into that cause every year, right? And then in 20 years, you've given twice as much. Oh, no one even talks about the mainstream media anymore, right? There's another, yeah, but no, the death of, I've been reading Reddit. Here's another great, like, you can go read Reddit and they're like, why didn't anyone tell us? Why didn't anyone tell us? You know, they supported Trump. No one here is saying they support Trump. Yeah, because you banned everyone who said that. Oh. No, I hope the racism thing is really just gone. Hispanic men voted Trump. Native Americans voted Trump. Okay, now can we stop dividing people along those lines? Can we stop? I love the Morgan Freeman take. You want to end racism? Stop talking about it. And on the stop talking about it, we are going to put subscriber only chat on. And if you'd like to speak, you can subscribe. Woo! Okay. So what I realized was that all of this stuff doesn't actually have to run in real time. We can just queue them all up. So let's get a little loop going here. Cloud equals 1, Python test tiny. So you see all those requests now is going through the cloud. So I built this cloud on another stream. You can go read the stream where I built it. And these are the basic. So these are the devices in tinygrad over here, right? This is like the Clang device, right? You can see Clang device, Clang program, Clang compiler. The buffer in Clang is just malloc, so it uses this thing called malloc allocator here, which is just malloc. You could look at something like CUDA, right? Here's CUDA. Here's the CUDA allocator, right? Set the context, do the CUDA APIs, blah, 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 blah. Then we have the cloud one. And cloud is just like an abstraction layer, right? So it puts the real device on the other side, and it puts the real device on a HTTP server, and then the tinygrad front end becomes a HTTP client. So what I realized when I was walking yesterday is that we don't want to make all these requests, because the problem with making all these requests is I'm in Hong Kong. If I want to talk to a tinybox, it's not tinybox at comma.ai. Well, so this is here. We'll SSH to tinybox, right? So this is a tinybox. You can see the latency, and it's about 200 milliseconds round trip. So it's about 200 milliseconds, right? S. So every one of these things is unfortunately a round trip. But instead, let's just start queuing them all up. Because the only one that actually matters is copy out. Or if we're running with debug equals 2. So what if I actually just straight up, what if I straight up just queue them up? What if I just leave this all intact, but just instead of actually doing the request, only do the request if it's a copy, if it's a get buffer request. Well, those are gets. Okay, I think all the non-get requests, I think we can append. Also, fire song, boys. Why is this complicated? We're gonna get there. How many other ducks do we have? How do we encode data in JSON? This is going to involve a whole rewrite of this, but you see what I'm trying to do here? So right now it's making all these requests, but the only request that it really has to make is these GET requests. Sometime when we post to a program, we also return a time, but only if only if R is not none here. So that's another thing that we'll need in real time. And that's a post that we're going to need in real time. Okay, whatever. Let's think this through. Yeah, okay, let's just rewrite this. So what can I do for Alec here? Oh, then also part of the problem is we have to track, we have like shared state between the buffer and the, okay, so right now I have the post to Alec returning an integer, and that integer represents the buffer. So we're not going to have that anymore. Or we'll have to, better yet, we'll have to specify that integer here, which is fine. But it'll just have to be tracked with the session. What's the session? Called cookie. I shouldn't call it cookie. That's a bad name. I should call it session. I want the buffer number to actually be on the device. Do we want an enum? Something like actions enum. Okay. We're doing HTTP pipelining. Actually, no, I mean, we have to change the API sufficiently because like, if you post this Alec and then like, you have to know which buffer number. So we have to move the buffer number allocation to the client. Does everyone kind of understand this? Is this, see how many people we got? 295 viewers. Where's everybody? We could do it like this. Okay, so we can't use pickle because pickle's insecure. What's the best? There's got to be just like normal ways to define this kind of stuff, right? What's the best way to do it? Python, JSON, API. Rest. Something like pydantic? No, I have to what? I have to download this? This is I have to let's see what's part. I have to all right, it seems like data class has asdict. So what happens if I actually do that? Yeah, so the problem is this doesn't actually include the class type, which is kind of annoying. Pydantic has the same problem too, even. Runtime type checking and validation. But also, like, okay, so what if I do this, and then I do like, what if I have like a top or like a list? It should be called a data class instance. Okay, this is like kind of useless. I guess I could make a data class called Q. Well, I'm trying to like make like an API, right? Like it doesn't serialize and so what if I make a new data class, 2 users, A user, B user. So I don't think that's the string I want. Then how do I evaluate that? And also, what if I have bytes? Okay, I'm trying to make an API, right? So I'm trying to make like an API for. I know I can use wrapper. I can use strings as well, but like we have to see how this works. Okay, so what if I make a bytes-ish with like something like. What if they get weird? There's like a safe eval in Python, right? with data class? I know the answer is no, but I'm curious what it'll say. No, okay, so I want to define classes that look like let's say, um, no, Pedantic can't even do what I want. Also, like, this is a really inefficient encoding for binary data. I need a more efficient encoding for binary data than that. Like, what does JSON do when I do that? It's even worse. You see, that's so inefficient. I don't log into that kind of shit. I don't want any of that. Binary data encoding in JSON. Need B for bytes. Oh, I see. Object of type bytes is not JSON serializable. This is also something I have to pip install. Ugh. Yeah, but is CBOR built into Python? Yeah. Does anyone still use Marshall? Is Marshall secure? Okay. Oh, it's not secure. Oh, it can be used to execute arbitrary code. Damn it! Why isn't JSON? Oh. Okay. All right. We're okay. I have an idea. Okay. The only place where we actually use this we use get data. I think maybe we should just include all the hashes of everything. And then start with the hash lookup, and then I'll just write a quick custom format for that. Just like the hash length and the object. Hash length object, hash length object. That's going to be quick. And we can use JSON for everything, and we'll just specify the hashes of object as strings. Because that's eventually where we want to get to with all of this. All right, we want everything to pretty much just be identified by a hash. Program's already identified by a hash. So let's do that. I have a class called buffer option. I can just get here from. Import it. I do just type annotate it. Tonight, let's do shit that gets us in cringe comps. And d type, what's that? It's a data class, I guess. Oh, I see the value of Pydantic's runtime type checking. All right, so here's kind of what I'm thinking. Something like from data classes, import data class, buffer alloc. Oh, I need a decorator, really? That's kind of interesting, actually. What? Is that hallucination? I can't find me anything. Decorator, data class, false equals true. buffer alloc, we have size and buffer options. Oh, and we should also have buffer num. I want it to look something like self.device.q buffer alloc size options. Oh. Can I put that in the allocator? No, I really should put that in the allocator. All right, all good. Self.device.q buffer free. Opaque. Okay. All right, so we'll like register things for the hash key, right? Self.h self-hash equals d, return hash. And then we'll delete them from these will be deleted from self.h after they are uploaded. All right. Making good progress here. So then like copy in becomes self.device.q. We'll say copy in. We'll say hash. Oh, I shouldn't call it hash. Data hash. Buffer number. And then we self.device.q. Self.device.q Okay, so the buffer number is dest and the hash is bytes source. I'm actually sure I need to do a bytes there. That just makes it okay. I should do a bytes, whatever. Whatever, so I'll do it later. Okay. Cool. This is junk. Just, now, you probably all inherit from something. Whatever, we'll clean that up later. That's wrong. You copy in here. You guys should be paying attention. You copy in there. Self-device.q, copy out source. Now here, there should only ever be one copy out. So here, we can do self.device.drain. Res equals self.device.drain. Seems fine. All right. Okay. Program alloc. Do I just need a data hash? I might just need a data hash. Oh no, I need a name too. Yeah. Oh, that just can't be lib. That has to be self-device H. It's like SegWit. You all know? Free, we just need the data hash. Oh. exec. What else would tuple? Optional tuple int. Wait. tinygrad in the H100 is comparable performance to Torch. I have never run anything on an H100 in my life. I don't like cloud. You know, I don't like clouds. They're only in the clouds. Can't afford one of those. Data hash string. There's just that's how you know it. I don't know. Kamala talked about cloud. What did she say? I mean, you know, AWS is really a fine solution, but Azure just gives you larger free money. Google Cloud is very stingy with the free money, and that is why I go with Azure. Microsoft, a good American company. Is that what she said? Oh, the data goes into the sky. That sounds more like Kamala. And then we'll say if weight, we do float of data device drag. Okay, cool. Yeah, you like my little little thing? The data goes up into the sky. And then she pointed up the cloud. Okay, so I guess we're gonna just have one method here called drain. And then we have to encode them. So I think we just do repr self.q. All right. We'll watch the Kamala Cloud clip.
Those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right? It's no longer in a physical place.
If you like truthful news and wonderful facts, endlessly fun, no fluff, smack.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right? It's no longer in a physical place.
Oh, it all makes sense now, right? No, like I said, I think one of the greatest things about the resounding Trump victory is that I think, let's not gloat, but I think people can be open in talking about this. Uh, I support Donald Trump for president. I am not a racist or a sexist. You can try to call me those things. I don't agree with you. You can call me whatever you want. I don't agree with you. I voted for Donald Trump because I think that living in a rich country is a lot better than living in a socialist shithole. Where you have bureaucrats. There was a good clip I liked on Twitter. They replaced the word democracy with bureaucracy. You know, the Republicans, they're running with open contempt for American bureaucracy. They're going to be an end to bureaucracy, and they're gleeful about it. Exactly. And the hypocrisy of that Trump is going to somehow end democracy when these people literally tried to imprison. They tried to lock him up. I think one of the things that I love that Trump did in 2016 was after he won, he said, "We're not going to lock Hillary up." Right? Come on, you have some, have some decency. No, it's just a small number. They really, the Reddit people were like, if you think everyone who supports Donald Trump is fascist, you live in some deep echo chamber somewhere, right? It's normal. The what is normal has shifted. Right? The Overton window has shifted, and now if you support, oh, it's a little. I mean, it's okay. You know, it's a little weird. It's a little weird if you support, DEI and racism. It's a little weird. Nothing wrong. It's just a little weird, you know? You know what? And it's my advice to the Republican Party. You guys want unity? Pass a constitutional amendment for abortion. You know, that'd be the like if they did that, that's unity. And what do you care? What do you care? You know what? You don't want an abortion? Don't get one. You don't want a gun? Don't get one. You don't want trans surgery? Don't get it. Right? That's great. You got to support other people's freedom to do other things, you know? You got to support people's freedom because at the end of the day, freedom is a belief that should bring people together. You have freedom to do what you want. I have freedom to do what I want. And we can want different things, but we can respect each other's freedom. And that's just we can all respect freedom, right? And I really another the view that should be so far beyond the pale is being against free speech or being for censorship. Are you kidding? Like you know, everyone, oh, censorship, censorship, censorship. You want to censor the views you don't like, but do you want them censoring your views? Right? Can we all just agree to this beautiful Nash equilibrium of free speech for everybody? Oh, but that's not free speech, that's hate speech. There's no such thing as hate speech. This isn't real. This isn't real. It's a marketing term. No, but he said that and he hates those people. Okay, he can hate those people. That's okay. Can't be violent against them. Can't do crime because that's illegal. He can say what he wants, and that's free speech. America really does have some of the best free speech laws in the world, and there's been, you know, a lot of. It's important that people stay very vigilant about them. But America has this thing called the Brandenburg test, you know, and pretty much you have unrestricted free speech in America up until it leads to imminent violence. Which, yeah, I mean, I think there should be some line, but that's the line. Causes imminent violence. All right, not, well, I hate these people, I hate these people. Okay, you can hate those people. That's okay. That's okay. You keep that hate. You can talk about it. You can get together with other people who hate those people, but you can't do anything, right? Because that crosses the line. See? All right. Hopefully everyone's on the same page. Hopefully no one here believes in hate speech, believes that this is a real thing. South Park has the best. The South Park hate crime episode is great. But you see, he did that crime because he hates that person. Wait, isn't that why everyone does every crime? I murdered her because I loved her. All right, back to cloud equals 1. Let's just focus on one test. Test tiny, test plus. I wrote test tiny. I'm very happy with test tiny. Okay, so renderer is still going to be send. I don't think we're getting rid of send. Oh, I didn't print it. Okay. So does this look like a reasonable set of instructions? Freedom equals 1. Love freedom. I finished my CV triangle. It's gone. I ate it. Like eventually this API can like be shared with other things, I hope. Used for security? What is this? What does that flag do? I'm sorry, I'm too curious. Oh, bureaucracy. Wait, this is literally bureaucracy. Well, so if you say used for security equals true with MD5, it it complains. Are devices globally instantiated? Yeah. All right, so we're gonna need to upload the hashes. How do we do this? Something like Maybe I can do, instead of doing that, I want the digest. Digest. Why doesn't that work? Why doesn't that work? Why is that unbound? I said it right there. Oh, I shouldn't use the word hash either. Okay, all good? Then we can do something like, oh yeah, come on, is that beautiful or what? Unelectable? Sounds like you won the election. Take it up with the Supreme Court. It's cute, right? Here. Why doesn't that work? If I move that over there, does it work then? That executes before that? All right. Okay. So we just need to support the bulk method now, and we can also delete support for a lot of the other methods. All right, so let's first move this API. You like this API? It's a lot of lines, I know. Drain. I'll engage with that for a minute because I shouldn't be like like screw you, Trump's president. That's like a bad vibe. I think the real response to that is half of America elected him. Everyone's aware of that. Is it his finest moment? No, I thought he was such a sore loser in 2020. Right? And he lost for a lot of good reasons. I didn't vote for him. I was mad that that I couldn't. I had a bunch of people waiting on visas, and Trump canceled them. I don't like that. And then I think he was a sore loser about the whole thing. He lost the election. But okay, you have that on one hand, and then you have a bureaucratic unelected machine on the other hand. I don't know. I'll choose the guy who's a bit of a sore loser over the bureaucratic unelected. He's a bit of a sore loser, but he speaks his mind. He's being honest, right? There's no secret guy behind Trump. There's no secret team behind Trump, and I respect that. I think that a lot of people across companies too, the secret team stuff needs to go. I think one of the coolest things Elon says is go on X, right? Like CEOs of companies should be on X because that's like where the conversation's happening. And again, I agree with this. Like nobody wants the era of these hiding bureaucrats is over. Everyone wants someone who's just out there speaking their mind, right? And if you can't speak your mind, if you can't go on Rogan, if you can't speak your mind, you shouldn't be the leader of a country. You shouldn't be the leader of a company. You got to be able to speak. That's your job. Right? That's most of what you do is just words. Just being able to communicate clearly and doing. So yes, the era of the bureaucrat is over. The era of the and you don't have to be a shit poster. You don't have to let's unpack the H. Should we check the hashes? I never know how to write things like this nicely in Python. How long is a SHA-256 hash? What? Oh. All right, non-subscribers, do you have anything reasonable to say? Let you talk a little bit. We gotta parse this. They're hex 20. No, don't have anything reasonable to say. Okay, so we have that sub pointer plus 20. Struct dot unpack q. Chad is sleeping today. It feels just so clunky, you know? Okay. We got 4. Why are we going to the slash drain? Why didn't I endorse Trump sooner? I posted about it the day before the election. You know, there's a lot of caveats, right? I don't, love Donald Trump. This isn't like, had it been like a Vivek kind of candidate or even a JD Vance. I don't know. I mean, JD Vance has some caveats too, right? Like, there's always caveats, right? Not, it definitely wasn't like towing the line. It's just like, it's kind of controversial, right? And I don't want to be controversial about stuff like that. I have very, very middle of the road opinions on politics. And like, this isn't a full-throated endorsement, right? Like, you want my full-throated endorsement? I endorse economists, right? I'd like to see Robin Hanson Brian Kaplan. I'd like to see these people have power. Right? You want a more Democratic? I don't know if they're Democrats or Republicans. Scott Alexander. These are the people who I fully endorse. Who I fully endorse for power. And Elon. And I did. I tweeted months ago, endorsing Elon for Doge. Because I do wholeheartedly endorse Elon. And believe that what he's doing is unequivocally good for humanity. No, I think that again, if we're at a place now, if we're at a place where we can get rid of, if we can move past, people who just can we move crime being legal so far outside the Overton window we never have to talk about it? And then can we maybe have two political parties where one is more protectionist, supporting things like tariffs and immigration restrictions, and one is more open, which supports, free trade and lack of immigration, like that. Now we're having a real political debate, right? Like we can have an honest political debate about whether we think tariffs are good for America or not. Right? Imagine that's the debate. Imagine the debate was at that level, where it's like, what are tariffs actually going to do for America? I'm not sure we know. I'm not, if you ask me, I'm 70% against them. But I'm open to having my mind changed. Do I feel Elon's starting to become the ministry of propaganda for Trump? No. I think Elon, we had a no, this is personal. I don't want to talk to you about that. I understand what he's doing. I respect it. And I think that we can get good results because of it. I think that it shows where Elon's model of the world more accurately reflects reality than mine. Do I think there's free speech on X? No, no, definitely not. Do I think what's important to me is not necessarily that a single platform has free speech. I don't feel that it's the platform's right. This is free speech. Just says the government won't interfere, with you. I don't think that if you run a social media platform, you should have to have free speech, right? There is no free speech in the tinygrad Discord. If you say something stupid, I just ban you, right? Like if you say something that's even just like dumb or noobish, you just get banned, right? There's no free speech. But it's a Discord. You can get kicked out of a Discord. You can get kicked off X. You can get kicked off Facebook. The problem is when all of the social media companies coordinate to suppress certain narratives and not others. So no, I don't think there's free speech on X, but I think that when you have an overlap, when you think of the speech allowed on X, the speech allowed on Facebook, the speech allowed on Discord, right? It's important that there's good overlap of the entire speech space. Yeah. Do you think two gay frogs can make a baby frog? This guy's a subscriber. Fighting inflation is too important at this point for tariffs. I look again. I would have to spend. If you told me that it's my job to figure out whether tariffs are coming to America or not, I would spend 50 hours doing research and probably get to the bottom of what tariffs are going to do, and then deciding whether we want it or not. Yeah, what exceptions to free speech should there be? Pretty much what the American exception is. Imminent call to violence, and that's it. Other than that, there's no such thing as hate speech. There's no such thing as, well, there's misinformation, sure, but it's not like we have to ban misinformation, right? You can go post misinformation all the time, like two gay frogs being able to make a baby frog. You can post that. It's I highly doubt we'll get such high tariffs. Trump may be bluffing to get better terms from other countries. Yes, I've heard this take. What about doxing? Again, there's gray areas. But X doesn't have free speech, and that's okay, right? It's just important that it has a different overlap. What do I think of doxing? You're getting close. You're getting close to a targeted call to violence there. Um, yeah, I think that again, it's very different when a platform bans. Okay, we don't have to go into this. Let's get back to work. I can't believe I turned on subscriber only, and we're having a debate about leave it up to free speech. Could we just like? I don't want to be involved with any of this. I love the Elon take, and I totally agree with that. You know what brought me into politics? Something also I've never talked about was Gamergate. I think a lot of people were people who were similar backgrounds to me were woken up by Gamergate, and not pro Gamergate, anti Gamergate, all this absolutely stupid shit. Just realizing, wait a second, things don't really work how I thought they worked. I already did my 10 minutes. We gotta go back to coding. We gotta go back to coding. That's right. But if you missed it, I'm gonna come back to. If we lose America, we've lost freedom for the world. Yeah, but that's the politics stuff. I think a lot about what my future looks like. Like where I sort of end up. What the right levers to pull are. I'm not Elon. I'm a different generation, right? So what does my generation's Elon look like? I don't know. And then would I be happy being Linus Torvalds? Right? Would I be happy having a legacy like that? I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that I even can do these things. I can try. You gotta kind of think about. I hear already the ego people screaming. Well, you should hope that you even end up, as far along as Kamala Harris is. I'm like, well, at least I know about the cloud, right? No, I'm not sure what is where you really want to be in the future. And AGI is going to change a lot of stuff. I'll use their word for it. I'll use the word AGI. It's gonna radically, change the economy the same way the Industrial Revolution did. It's the next Industrial Revolution. And what does the future look like? And then that's question one. What does the future look like? And then there's question two. It's where do you want to be in the future? Delusional. What do you mean by that? No. What's the expression? The chickens haven't come home to roost on whether my strategies actually work. We'll see. Comma's finally got the tech to do what was set out at the beginning. I think AI is not useful. I wouldn't say it's not useful. And I do think this current set of tech gets rid of Google. Here's the paper at the beginning of comma, talking about how to learn in simulation. Right? This is the cutting edge stuff today. Here's our paper from 9 years ago, and we have slowly worked to implement it over 9 years. So then I think about like what my goals are, and my goals are very they're tricky, right? They don't look modernist. They don't look like building a large castle. A lot of Elon's goals look like building a large castle. I interviewed for Woven by Toyota. They are still using HD maps. Yeah, like I just want you to think about the type of person who joins a company on the decline. Right? These companies can't hire. Toyota's not going to be able to hire their way out of this. Even when you buy companies, you have to be really careful, right? So if you're Facebook and you buy Instagram, and Facebook is still, again, a company on the rise. Right? You buy Instagram to get more reach. You buy Instagram to succeed more than you could have alone. And these are the kind of acquisitions that work out. Same thing with Oculus, same thing with WhatsApp. Right? You get acquired by Facebook and you continue to succeed. When Cruise gets acquired by GM, GM's a dying company. Like this doesn't go on to when Twitch gets acquired by Amazon, right? Like when you get acquired by winners who want to keep your product around and make it successful, you go on to do well. But when you get acquired by Toyota or GM, you know where your tech's going. You know where like the whole thing. There's a reason that company is deeply broken. So we make slow and steady progress on one of my biggest failures with comma is we have had the best ADAS tech for 5 years, except maybe for Tesla. We have unquestionably the best. So, most people on Reddit will even say that comma is a better experience than Tesla. Tesla has more capability at the high end, but for the actual reasonable use cases of ADAS today, use the comma 2 this year, still works. Yeah, exactly. Like we had this 5 years ago, but it didn't matter, right? Just solving that problem alone doesn't translate to success. There's not like a set of ADAS benchmarks, we can crush them, and then we're successful. But with deep learning frameworks, I think this is true. With deep learning frameworks, I think there's a set of very clear technical, because the people making the decision about whether to use JAX or Torch or tinygrad are highly technical people. And I think, it's a lot more possible to win here. I don't know who ends up. I don't know who ends up watching these videos and whether I even want to hire people who do end up watching these videos. I think we get some stuff from streams. I think we get more stuff from Lex. Do I think everyone can be a technical person? Why? What do you think? What do you think? I'll let you answer that question. I think that, you think about what you want to do when you want AI to be more decentralized and less centralized. Now, unfortunately, building a big castle doesn't work for that. And a lot of the projects that have tried to decentralize things have failed. You can look at things like Graphene OS for phones. It's cool. And if it supported my phone, I would run it. But it is always going to be a niche. Right? Like this structurally always works out to be a niche, and a very important niche, and I'm very happy there's people out there doing this, but this doesn't win over Android. And it's an Android fork, but this doesn't win over like Google built Android. And yeah, I think decentralized social networks are also, this isn't really going to work. And the decentralization doesn't have a pull for people, right? If your pitch is privacy, security, decentralization, it's not going to succeed. These things don't succeed. I think what does succeed is simplicity. And there's this moats form because of complexity. And if you can remove complexity, you remove the moat. How many people's moats are effectively complexity? Yeah, so if you design something where it's so simple that anybody can replace parts of it, and if it becomes popular, and there's projects that look like tinygrad that have succeeded. Look at SQLite. SQLite is by far the most popular database software. It's written by 5 people. They don't accept external contributions. It's 24 years old, and it's basically this one guy. And no, he's got like a crew with him, and yeah, SQLite. Any path to full-time tinygrad employee for EU contributors? Yeah, what? It's a remote company. How much have you contributed? How many of the pull requests in tinygrad are you, right? Like, don't even ask that question until you've landed a whole bunch of PRs. Then we can start to have that conversation, right? These are the, this is tinygrad. When you're up here on this list, then we can talk about a job. Oh, does SQLite have base code of ethics? Of course. The 10 Commandments is one of the best code of conducts in history. The 10 Commandments is the OG code of conduct. Love it. Love it. All right. We parsed the hashes. Now, how do I get the last entry of a dictionary? I actually have it. It's just h sub data hash. So this, I have a name for it down there. What do I call it? Commands. Now we have to parse that. Yay! um, yeah, we'll just say we'll write a to do security. To do security. All right, now let's write this shit. Can you use match case? What Python added that? .310. Well, we only support 310 now, because I'm not writing this with a bunch of crappy if statements. Okay, case buffer alloc. Let's even make sure that works. What? This doesn't work? How does match case even work? What? Oh. Like that? Is that instantiating it? The expression of the state. Alright, cool. Using new APIs. Let's get that from delete. Session buffer is not key. C dot buffer num. Cool. Okay. Whoa, that even works. Oh, that's so good. Oh, how nice is this? How nice is this code, boys? How much more readable is this shit than that? Oh, I don't have name. Why is that in there with name? It should be probably. I realize that what this is gonna do. Oh no, it won't. I never actually add it to. Yeah, I don't add it to H there. I do add it to H there. Okay, cool. Great. We're going to delete j.buffs. Oh. I was lazy and didn't want to. Oh, because of the stupid. Ugh. Because it's the stupid. What am I doing? I hate this construction. All right, did we handle everything? What? Oh, I think that runs every time. Match case is literally one line longer than is instance, literally unusable. Yeah, but I just hate it is instance. It's so slow. Okay, key error. Oh, because you have to encode. Actually, don't wait. I don't love that. Hang on. Oh, this isn't right. We have to encode that as hex. Now, is it because of... Let's try that. Okay, different error. Int has no object, buff. Oh, probably one of these, yeah, because I have to... That's fine, but where I didn't do it here is not fine. Session buffer, okay, that's right. Copy in, yeah, copy in should not be a buffer num. Should be session buffers, buffer num. I don't even know where I got buff from here. Copy out also has a buffer num. I don't know where I got buff from. I was using that, that's not right. Okay, key error buffer number 1, but we buffer allocate there. Oh, because we're using session buff num. Session buff num should just be deleted. And this should be c.buff num, yes. Oh, because it's still not the buffer. whatever. Bytes has no object and code. Oh, that's always bytes? Yeah, it's not a lib, that should be decoded. Or encode? H needs it. Dict string bytes. That should be the same as this H here. Cannot access local variable name where it's not associated with shit. Yeah, because that should just be hash. And it actually shouldn't be hash. I don't even know where I got that from. It should be c.data hash. Okay, we're going to call this bin hash. And we're going to call this data hash. So now we're consistent. Okay, cool. We did it with 2 requests. Sorry, we did it with 1 request. Let's commit this. Cloud 2.0. New cloud is cloudy. PR. Redefinition of data. Okay, let me put that back home. All right. Who remembers the to-do? Who remembers the to-do? Who remembers the to-do? What do we have to do? There's a big to-do in the code. Security, that's right. Well, we'll just leave that one for the security engineers, right? What else are security engineers here for? Valid index type bytes. Wait, those data hashes are hexify is whatever. Bytes is good by me. Invalid index type string should be bytes. Oh. I don't know the code. Decode it there, so. Name buffer options is already defined on 101. Okay, well, the good news is all of this crap can be deleted. We don't need alloc, we don't need buffer, we don't need program. Yay! How do you do on lines? We don't need D types anymore, we don't need prod. Now determine the type of bin hash. What do you mean you can't determine the type of bin hash? Who's doing bin hash? What? Determine the type of bin hash? Yeah, I'll stop being clever. All right, we need some type annotations. Okay, what goes in the queue? What's that? string bytes. How we do on lines? They're not great. You guys can all see it now. It's on the Cloud 20 branch in tinygrad. So that passes. What doesn't pass? Symbolic reduce. Why does this fail? Memory view assignment and R value have different data structures. Oh, because size isn't right. Why is my chat losing connection? Okay, cool. So we have 2 posts to drain. Let's see if I run with debug equals 2. We'll have more posts to drain. Great. We can comment out that command. All right, we're making so many less requests now. And then at the end, we're going to actually try to run something on a tinybox. No, it was just timing out. Like it was like saying like chat timed out. Cool. Okay. Does everything just work and all we have to do is security? Sweet. As you see, we're training MNIST over the thing. Now, we're not going to push this anywhere because, of course, it's very insecure and bad. So let's write some security. How are we going to do that? Well, AST literal eval is safe. Let's just ask. Let's start with a tiny one. How do I safe parse this in Python? Whoa, look at that. It regenerated all that stuff. It knows. For item and data? Safely. Here's the string with very few lines. I could use eval, but it's unsafe, and I want safe. Where's parse list? I don't think I can literally eval on it. Malformed node or string. Okay, so let's AST parse. Okay, we have an AST module object. Okay. Not iterable. Body, I think it is. Okay, we'll have an AXT expr object. Oh, AST literal eval? Does this work? What do I get? No, malform node or string. Okay. Wait, what is mode eval? No. AST call object. AST list object. List object is not iterable. What good is a list object if it's not iterable? Else. Okay. Custom eval. That's actually not a bad idea. The only one where it's recursive is this buffer options thing. And maybe we can actually, well, no, image d type's recursive too. It's better if I just write this and then like just write it well. I want to basically replace cmd equals custom eval this. I mean, what is AST literally though? It bitches me out at call, but can I just add call support to it? Func. Raise malformed node. I almost just want literal eval. I just want to add support for a whitelist of classes that I know are safe. Can I replace the call nodes? Is that a type? I mean, what lines is security going to cost us? Probably a lot of lines. What is a call object? Func? AST name object? Well, how do I? All right, I should probably be using some other editor that lets me do this easier. What's an AST name object? Value? Name object has no value. Well, you know, tell me something I don't know. Id? Okay, good. How do I look that object up? Args. They're all keyword args? All right. AST keyword object. Did the stupid thing show me how to do it? Is the code to handle it in the thing correct? Constant object. Keyword as an object. Did this show me how to do it? Okay, call. Maybe that just works. All right. Cool. Why did I mess around? I should have just used the AI. Okay, so that's still insecure. All right, I should probably be using one of those AI assistant craps to do this for me. Buffer options. Well, we'll get to one. We'll get to that in a minute. Confirm it doesn't work. Okay. I do this with image equals 2, it doesn't work. Cloud dev equals GPU. Underlying buffer is not writable? What? Can test tiny, we have some stuff with images. It's being skipped because the default device isn't GPU. It's kind of annoying. There's some way that I test that, right? Does that test not actually work? This doesn't work. Hmm. Attribute has no object ID. Um, okay, most of them are AST name. What's an AST attribute? Is that one handled by the cloud? Oh, image F. I don't even know what to do about that. Look here, image equals D type image F. That's just because of how it's serialized. Security really worth all those lines? We think security is not worth those lines and we should just take it out and use eval. Oh, look at that is instance crap I wrote. You know what I should use instead? Psych! Just kidding. Lambda X is the worst syntax ever. All right. We will disable subscriber only chat for the big reveal. So let's Wait. Do this host. So let's go all the way back to America now. So this is a tinybox in America. And let's check out the branch. Okay. Let's go over here now. Let's see. That didn't just work, did it? No, it didn't work. Oh no, because I didn't say cloud equals 1. Here we go. Alright, now that's kind of slow still. Oh, well, let's try to do beam. Well, that doesn't work. Okay, fine. Okay, let's train an MNIST model across the Pacific Ocean. No, why did it start? Don't do that. It hasn't even posted drain yet. There it is. All right. Oh, it takes a lot of time. Just got to compile all the stuff that's never compiled before. There you go. There's an MNIST model trained on a tiny box at home, and this API is only going to get better. That's the worst this API is ever going to be. So yeah. If you want, I can do something like add a print x here. So you can see all the things that it's actually sending. I love the internet. So there we go. So let's take a minute and actually take a look at what this is. We should actually. We should post all those things that actually. We should post on exit to not keep the RAM around in the cloud. But that's actually a different problem we have to solve. Do I do this? No, we should do this in the destruction of the cloud device. All right, so now I can see, say like if debug equal to 1 print x. So I can to make debug equals 1. We can see those things. Okay. And then what we want is on destruction of the device, we want to do a self.drain, but we can ignore those errors. What are the errors we can ignore? This. Is that ever happening? It never actually happens. Okay, so you see this is about the round, a lot of that is just the round trip time to America. Oh, part of the reason this is slow is because it's uploading the stupid, it's uploading MNIST every time. there a way in Python to format with some underscores between them? Commas? So the problem is it's sending, yeah. It's having to upload the entire MNIST data set. So we should probably have some pre-negotiation where we figure out what hackers already have. But yeah. You see kind of where we're going here, right? George is betting on China now. I guess he's simply wrong here. I'm not. Depends what you're betting on him for. Yeah, had the election turned out differently, I was ready to I mean, no AI generated code. I didn't use AI generated code, did I? You can use AI like I used it like a search engine. I obviously don't have a problem with that. My problem is when people put up pull requests of AI generated code. It looks like dog shit. But it's not like a moral thing. I'm not like morally opposed to AI generated code. I think it just looks terrible. You think AI could write beautiful looking code like that? George, that code's not beautiful. That code is terrible. Okay, that's your opinion, man. I got a safety serializer and 5 lines. Money from tinygrad. Okay, first off, you need a completely different understanding of me if you actually want to understand anything. If you just want to shit talk and chat, then whatever, you do you. But you think I care about money? You think money has any value to me? What would I do with it? That's you start thinking, right? Like you start go up a level in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I don't need money. If I have an idea that needs money, I'll get someone else to pay for it, right? Please subscribe to me. I do need money. I'm just you subscribe. You know why you subscribe? You subscribe because you're a better person than non-subscribers. But if you don't want to be a good person, you don't have to subscribe. It's all good. I was talking about striving for wealth. No, I wasn't. Wealth? What am I gonna do with money? What am I gonna buy? A yacht? then I gotta have a yacht guy. And then my yacht guy is gonna be like, I want health insurance. And now I'm paying for the yacht guy's health insurance, right? And now my yacht guy murdered his mistress on my yacht. And I gotta deal with this. The police are calling me and I'm like, I don't know, man. I haven't even been on the yacht in 9 months. I don't know. I didn't do it. What? Oh, come on. I gotta go down to the station. Oh, really? I gotta deal with this now? Oh, right. But you're rich, you don't care? No, you still care. I need money to scale up comma.ai? What? Comma could raise all the money it wants. But can I deliver a return on that capital? I'm not sure yet. Explain what I'm gonna do with money to scale up comma.ai. I'm gonna hire a bunch of bureaucrats? You can buy pussy. Yeah, you can also get it for free and it feels better, you know? No shame, man, no shame. If you want to buy it, by all means, go ahead. No, but if you're paying a lot of money for it, if you want to buy it, absolutely go ahead. Just make sure you're paying market rate. Don't overpay. I could start a BTC mining farm. Why? To get more money? Oh, I need money to scale up tinygrad. Bro, I have $4.2 million right now in a bank account. I have no idea what to do with it. I have no idea, I have no idea how to deploy that capital and get effective returns on it that will make tinygrad better, right? Do I want to hire a bunch of software engineers who are like, I don't get out of bed for a total comp of less than $700,000? No, I don't want to hire that guy. Right? That guy's not going to write good code. Hire Eastern Europeans. We hire anybody who comes in and contributes. That's it. Right? Just show up and contribute. And eventually we'll hire you and we'll pay you enough money to live. And if you show that you are a real owner in the company and are starting to make decisions like an owner of the company would, then I'll give you an equity grant. That's how you hopefully get rich. Right? My salary at Tiny Corp's $80K. No, people who assume money or the sole motivation are kind of like the way that okay, you can think about if someone who is middle class strives to be upper middle class, right? Someone who's not that comfortable strives to be more comfortable, right? And you can imagine it like that. Actually, this might not even be true. It might even just be that you have not thought at all from first principles about why you want money. You money people. What do you want money for? Have you thought this through? I want to contribute to tinygrad, but I don't even understand what the issue even is. Well, you got a long way to go, bro. I get ads from China Mobile texted to me. Okay. Big number better. To flex on porons. These are the stupidest reasons I've ever heard. To start a family, bro, just go do that shit. You don't need money to start a family. To survive. Well, you need money how much money do you have? Are you from sub-Saharan Africa? Where you're like, I need money to survive. I currently make $150 a year and $300 would change my life. I believe you. If you're like, well, I currently make $120K, but with $150, I don't believe you. Top 3 things I enjoy about Hong Kong. Okay. The efficiency with which this city operates. Everything is nearby. This is probably the most dense place on earth. I'm looking outside my window right now. I wish I had a camera that I could pivot and show you. I'm looking outside at skyscrapers that are just massive, full of people. So I love the density and the things density brings. One night I have dandruff in my hair, so I want the ketoconazole. It's the good kind of shampoo. It's like 9:30 at night. I went to one store. They're like, you got to come back when the pharmacist is in to buy it. I'm like, what? Not only did you understand what word I'm looking for, you immediately gave me an answer, and like it was a reasonable answer. And then I went to the place next door, and they're like, here. Wow. Do you know how hard it is? You don't leave your house in America. You buy it off Amazon. That. Escalators. Everybody in Hong Kong stands on the right side of the escalator, so if you'd like to go faster, you can walk up the left. And this is respected throughout the whole culture. I love it. Do I speak Cantonese? Not at all. People speak enough English, that's fine. Yeah, just and then cash. And then cash. So much you pay everywhere with cash. Or you can use an octopus card, which is basically as good as cash. Like it has a little bit of tracking, but it's not like these credit cards which massively track you that you have to sign up for. Like it's really an anonymous society if you choose to live that way. So yeah, cash, efficiency, and density. Yeah, passing lane escalators is I know. This is most of Southeast Asia. It's Seattle. I've been to Seattle. This kid in Seattle, I was walking by the train tracks and he jumps me, like jump scares me to try to get me to fall on the train tracks. And I look at him and little scrawny anarchist looking kid, right? Wait. Oh, no, yeah, mainland, it's actually, I don't think it's the government. I don't think that the Alipay and the WeChat stuff is coming from the government. I think it's actually just people in society. I think the government actually wants cash. A lot of the myths you've heard about the Chinese government, a lot of the myths you've heard about China in the West just aren't true. There are some, I do appreciate America, the free speech in America. Is unparalleled. That is a wonderful thing about America. And America has a much longer legacy of continuing property rights. Right? So if you want to look at America would have to fall so far before they do things like seize land. Right? Whereas, China, this is almost a living memory. Do I think Hong Kong needs to address bureaucracy? Not really. No. I have had a few encounters with government people here. It's not going to be, they're not like striving to be, they're not like striving for growth. But they're competent and they're, like, this is not going to be the next AI hotspot for AI software engineers. And that's one of the reasons that, I am going to go back to America. I might even go to San Francisco. Even worse than just America. But I'm sorry you don't get to enjoy a nice life while you're building the future. Myths, interesting word for Western propaganda. Yeah, it's Western propaganda. I mean, there's propaganda here too. About the West. How do I interact with crypto? I don't have much crypto. I'm mostly a no-coiner. Like people think, crypto. It's a crypto anarchy, man. Like it's not about you money people. I did go to Shenzhen. Shenzhen, 80% of the cars are electric. The streets are silent. Unbelievable. But you money people. We're back to the money question. What do you all want money for? I've so heard flexing on the pores to travel to Hong Kong without worries. Bro, this place is cheap. Like, I go eat lunch. My lunch is like $6. if you're traveling from America or Europe, you're gonna come here and you're gonna be like everything's cheap, especially if you go to other places in Southeast Asia. I went to Cambodia, man, shit was dirt cheap in Cambodia. To build a rocket company. Well, again, why don't you use other people's money for that? If you have a serious chance at building a rocket company, get investment. You were born to buy an NY penthouse. Why? Why? Oh, yes. Oh, my penthouse. I'm really penthousing today. To buy an election. Yeah, I bought a Rolls Royce because I literally don't even know what to do with money. I don't even know what the like. It's not even that expensive. I didn't buy a new Rolls Royce. Like, you know, I bought a used Rolls Royce that depreciates similarly to a lease on a Tesla, right? Will I be fine if the Chinese government put an official into my company? No, I would not. I would not be okay with that. But this also, like, you know, Hong Kong is a separate system from China. Right? It's part of the same state, but it's a separate system. Am I allowed to work from there? Well, I'm not taking a job locally. Am I allowed to work on my computer? Yeah. Hong Kong is the most expensive city in the world? Everything I pay, I'm paying maybe 30% less here than I do in San Diego for everything. Like, that's just my spending. I guess like I pay 30% less for, yeah, maybe even more actually. 'Cause I traveled a whole bunch. Have I been to Taiwan? Yeah, Taiwan a whole bunch of times. What do I think about Dubai and the UAE? I'd rather be here. Taiwan's cool. You can exchange money for almost anything. If you have a lot of money, you can have anything I want. Okay, go on. Hong Kong is not going to be merged with China. I mean, it's China's. It's a part of China, but, you know, it has a separate legal system. Yeah. Is there anything I don't like? I mean, part of it's just where I am, but yeah, you know, there's the downsides to density. Sometimes you just want to be away from all the people everywhere, and it's kind of hard to do that. No, but I don't know. There's cool nature here too. I've been going on a lot of hikes. You see my suntan. By the way, we trained an MNIST all the way in the remote cloud. Program alloc, buffer alloc. Did I forget to like do any major things? I think this is mergeable, kind of. So now, yeah, I mean, this doesn't have to be written today. Oh, and I should fix the. So right now it's before it trains the MNIST, it's uploading the entire MNIST data set. Oh, make sure I bump to 310 and setup.py. Yeah, I should bump to 310. I think it's about time to go to 310. That's going to require a bunch of changes. The UK is on the path to 0. America was at a big fork in the road, and America took the correct fork. Whereas with Europe, I think it's much harder. I think I saw the things about if Europeans voted, you know, like none of them would vote for Trump. Yeah, it's not. Europe may feel this way because they have more functioning institutions than America, right? Like the American, particularly the federal government, is like, what's the Reagan quote? Like, When the man shows up, hi, what's the scariest words? Hi, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Like that's been the American attitude for a long time. You're from Europe. It is bad for Ukraine. Well, what is bad for Ukraine? The UK has the most AI startups in Europe. Let's brain drain them all. Let's everybody just come to America. Enjoy freedom. Let's give everyone a visa. Does the result need to be copied back? Yeah. So if you want the model, you could like save the model. So the beautiful thing about these abstractions is they're like every normal tinygrad thing will just work with these abstractions. And it's actually pretty fast too, which I'm very happy with. I'm so happy I rewrote it like this and didn't think that I had to like refactor all of this stuff. Now there is more latency because every request, so every like step, if you're trying to get back the intermediate loss, is going to add your network latency. It's going to add a network round trip. Why should anyone come to America if money doesn't matter? Well, it's not that money doesn't matter. Okay, money obviously matters, and you need money in order to do things. But the idea of I must hoard this little pile of money. That's what doesn't make sense, right? Can you get a startup funded in Europe? I don't know if you can. Right, or at least like I don't know, like we had a comma office in Europe for a bit, and the level of like ridiculousness of like how you'd have to employ people so you can in California, like I'll give you this about California and America. I wake up one morning, I decide someone's fired, they're fired. That's it. No severance, no, you have some unemployment with the state, and my premium for my insurance might go up a little bit, but like, you just fire people, right? Like, that is square one to starting a business. I don't think Europe lets you do that. If you can't just fire people, how are you ever going to run an effective company? Life in Europe is really happy. People in USA live to work. In Europe, people work to live. What is this living that you talk about? Oh, I'm going to go look at a museum and see old things. Life is work. Do I fire a lot? Well, again, if I'm firing someone, it's my fault for hiring them in the first place. We've gotten a lot better. We fire a lot less people now. At the beginning, when I didn't really understand how to hire people, we fired a lot of people. If life is work, why do you go on hikes? To think about work. It's just like it's not, life is not sitting at a computer and typing, right? That's not what I mean when I say life is work. I'm saying that at the end of my life, the greatest thing I will have done is work, right? You're not going to look back on your life, work, family, but life is not, leisure. Leisure is the most, like, you'll think back on your life and why did I waste all that time, Yeah, right, but like I don't want like a loophole for firing people. I want formalism. I want a government that just says, yes, you can fire people. Why should you be able to fire people out of nowhere without any repercussion? Because otherwise you aren't going to have good companies, right? And society suffers. Why should you be able to? Because you want to live in a good, rich society. There's some great scientists come from Europe, absolutely. And I would like to give everyone who wants a visa to come to America and work there and make America rich. Because Europe's not that interested in being rich. Come to a country where we're interested in being rich. Right? And this is what also another thing, like you people who are obsessed with like making money and making your own, I would much rather live in a rich society and be the middle than live in a poor society and be rich. I was never for deporting 15 million illegals. I never said that. I think we have to seal the border. I think you have to control your border. If someone's been living in America and paying taxes for 5 years, I don't care how you came here. You're paying taxes. You're contributing to society. Cool. I deport you. All right. If you came here illegally and you and your gang are doing gang shit, well, yeah, go back to where you came from. All right, you want to do crime? What? Crime's illegal in America. I'm sorry. Crime's illegal. If you're firing them for no good reason, see, that's the thing. What? I gotta hi. I'm from the government. What is the reason you fired that person? I'm not answering that question. The rich absolutely should. Well, yeah. I mean, the rich do pay more taxes. Should you have a progressive tax structure? Do you mean more as in flat or more as in progressive? Or more as in, the other terrifying thing that Kamala Harris brought up is unrealized capital gains tax. Every politician who even mentions this, like it's an economic genocide. All right, well, what can we do CFAR over this? Maybe we can. Oh no, I mean the debt's out of control and we gotta just cut. Elon said $1 trillion, we'll start with $1 trillion. That's a good place to start. Economic genocide. Yeah, really. You've only heard what from people in America? That the greatest scientists come from what American exceptionalism propaganda? America is great because it's a multicultural society that we bring the best and the brightest to, where they can come experience freedom, low taxes, and nice life. Right? That's how America should work. Good reason to fire them. What? Everything I wrote in the contract? What kind of a world is this? I just start giving someone money every week and we kind of just talk about what they're going to do. And if they're doing a good job, I'll give them a raise. If they're doing a bad job, they'll get a talking to. If they're doing a real bad job, they'll get fired, right? Simple. Isn't it better globally? Yeah, but I'm an American and we're trying to make America great again, right? It's called the America First agenda. Sorry, globals. We're done apologizing for America. Hong Kong, America. Global variables are bad anyways. I mean, that was today's stream. I think we were pretty effective. I think we got work done. We did things. Someone's got to fix that bug. No, Israel is not the 51st U.S. state, and again, you know my opinion. My opinion is that that's a 2,000-year-old religious conflict, and they're gonna have to figure it out, and I don't know why I have to pay. That's my take. Why does America feel the need to take sides in 2,000-year-old religious conflicts on the other side of the world? See, we had to upload the entire data set. That's why that was slow. Do it for Diddy.
Wait, no. A rich world is great. I'm all for a rich world. Do I think wealth inequality in America has anything to do with corporate capture? Absolutely. But you are demonizing the wrong people. You are demonizing the wrong people if you are demonizing the rich, especially people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, right? Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are rich because they provided immense amounts of value to society. Right? You want to talk about things like big estate taxes to get rid of the fifth generation of the Ford Foundation? Well, that's a different story, right? Um, I heard Bulgaria. Most people in Bulgaria would have voted Trump. I don't know why we can't talk about Mojo. I think Mojo's okay. It seems America will soon be run by followers of Curtis Yarvin. I mean, it's I like I like no. Yeah, see, it's uploading. It uploaded 600 megabytes there. Yeah, Elon's a block term. Thoughts on the proposed tariffs? This gets into my skepticism. I'm skeptical of tariffs, but I would much rather a political debate where we can debate tariffs versus no tariffs than like emotional insanity. I think that like you can't just. It's disgraceful. I mean, it's so disgraceful what's happened. There's no more. Congress was supposed to be a debate hall for American politics. Now, unelected bureaucrats, NGOs, and corporations write these 3,000-page bills that nobody reads. Then people use the worst polemic and rhetoric to push clearly this is the American infrastructure bill. Why is it giving $28 million to fund the New York Dolphin Study Center? Why is it doing that? Why is that on page 1162 where you're just sneaking $28 million to fund your friend in the dolphin? Why? I don't know who that is. Which one's Dragon back? Yeah, exactly. You're gonna come out with some. Let's see. What does Duck Maps look like? Oh, I haven't made it down there yet. Made it down there. I just did last weekend. I did from Fortress Hill to Repulse Bay. Yeah, tax evasion. No, it's literally just looting. By the way, DuckDuckGo, your map looks like shit. Thank you. I am in Hong Kong. I'm coming back to America. Should I go to Thailand? Should I go to DevCon? That's kind of like, should I get on a plane tomorrow, go to DevCon? But yeah, no, we're bullish on America again. I apologize for ever wavering my faith. I'm getting fat. Am I fat? I don't think so. Go to Six Flags. Just want the fucking war to end. Me too, man. Want all war to end. We can all live in peace, prosperity, and wealth. What do we need money for? Building Galt's Gulch. All right, guys. Did we enjoy today's stream? Oh, actually, let's try one more thing. This is what I really wanted this to work for, and we're going to see if it works in a minute. So T24 is a comma device. Now, let's see if we do object of type is not JSON serializable. What is this crap? Oh, what is that? Cool. Oh, and now this is because it's doing this search locally. Yeah, look, look at all these requests it's sending. Terrible. It's because it's doing locals. What if I say no locals equals 0? Should fix it, right? Now we're running the Open Pilot model on a remote comma device through the cloud. White pill stream. Yeah, no, I went down a spiral. I'm moving to Asia spiral. China's the future. China and America are the future, hand in hand in mutually beneficial cooperation. There we go. We're running this model now on a real comma device. I mean, I could also run it on my cell phone. Should we run it on my cell phone? I got Termux here on my cell phone. Synchronization on my cell phone. I've never tested this at all before. What's the password? Maybe it's a who am I problem? I just ran who am I on my phone.
Do I have a password? Okay, I set a password. Let's try it. Oh, I'm in. Cool. All right. Let's pull tinygrad. You can see how out of date it is, how I haven't looked at this for like ever. All right, so now, this is running on my cell phone. It's a Z Fold 5. So I'm going to try to use the QCOM backend. Let's just see if things work first. Backend doesn't do that. Here's the GPU. Okay, good. This is running on my cell phone, boys. Let's see if we can train MNIST on my cell phone. I'm gonna check. All right, and like, do you want to prove this is a cell phone? What was the IP? Did that just work? Oh, it's fast because my cell phone's so close. That's just Wi-Fi latency. All right, let's train MNIST. Is it slow downloading stuff? Why is this so slow? Can't do that on an iPhone? Actually, you probably could. I don't think it would take that much work to get, see, it took 30 seconds to upload 46 megabytes. Or no, maybe it's just that it takes a long time to run things and it had to compile everything on the phone. Now, you could totally run this on an iPhone. I think you could get Metal working probably pretty easily too. I'm just linking to, you can see what I'm linking to. Is it training? I hope it doesn't time out. Oh no, it just takes that long for there we go. We are training MNIST on my cell phone. You just saw that shit live. I didn't plan that. I didn't test it on a phone. See, this is what happens when you just do it correctly. Everything just kind of falls into the right place. Beautiful. Takes 2 seconds a step. What did I wanna look up? Oh, could I do this in a yeah. As long as you have these things on an iPhone, it should just work. These are the only dependencies to make the Metal backend work. So I actually think that this can all pretty much run on iPhone too. People don't realize like how insane you can just do everything in Python. All right, this is an AMD driver in Python. This is like the full AMD runtime in like a couple hundred lines of Python. Here's the full NVIDIA runtime, a couple hundred lines of Python. Oh, if you guys haven't seen this, let me show you this. You can just run this thing called viz equals 1 in tinygrad. Let's run it on. I'm gonna find this is fine. Actually, no, let's run it on efficient net. So I have an example which I'll just run efficient net on. So now I can just go to this URL. So this is the visualizer. We've rewritten everything into graph format. So like, yeah, these are the kernels that are run here. Let me show you the kernels. So these are the kernels that actually run. I just used the environment variable debug equals 2. You see I said debug equals 2, so that just shows you all the kernels that run. All right, now here we can do visualizer. Okay, what was this kernel? Well, let's see a kernel. This one's a convolution, so let's take a look at this kernel. Click on it right here. So this is how it starts out. You can see that it's loading with these shapes, multiplying, reducing, a bunch of different stuff, storing out there. Then we go through all sorts of transformations. So you see these shape trackers? These shape trackers get replaced by just math. So you can see the math that replaces the shape trackers. Right? This is actually how you do the indexing. So ranges, these specials here are like global dims and local dims on the GPU. You see these expands. This is loop unrolling and coarsening. So you see these expands. There's a contract here. Is this doing, why is there a contract there? No, this isn't using the WebMake course, but it all supports the WebMake course too. Okay. So then we do a rewrite just to simplify things. See that it has a lot less. We went from that complex graph to that slightly simpler graph. Now we push the expands through and we create everything vectorized. So these are just, the expands are gone, things are vectorized. These are the same sort of like rewrite rules. You can think of these as the same way you think of passes in LLVM. This is, by the way, the eventual code that's generated for that convolution. This is the expansion pass, and the expansion pass actually makes a massive graph. It's taking a lot to load here. So this is the graph. Each one of these is actually like a single plus or equals or something in C. And then we have this last one here, which just does a bunch of final device-specific cleanups. Yeah. There you go. And that's just one kernel. We'll go like some kernels are a lot simpler than that. We can look at this kernel, but it's simple. It's a much simpler kernel. Yeah. Let's see. Is my MNIST done training on my cell phone? Oh, it is. It's done training on my cell phone, right on the table. Let me exit out of SSH on here. I love this phone, by the way. Z Fold 5. Is my phone hot? No. Oh, Jay Blow, hey, welcome. All right, we just got a raid. So we can go through a little bit of what we're doing. Should Viz be added to Envars? Yeah, it probably should be. How's Jai coming? $2025 for full public release. It's not out yet, is it? Oh, it's a lot of lines of code. Oh, here that cloud did add a lot. Oh, it's a lot of lines of new code. I'll have to figure out how to cut lines. Yeah, I'm getting pixel fold after Google learns how to make a CPU. Yeah, I feel that. Why is Kitty better than the usual terminal? Because it's GPU accelerated. It's like fast. Like I feel like normal terminals, like things are just like slow. Like watch how fast this stuff is. It's just like even like look at how fast it like loads. Like that's like slow on normal terminals. Most of that slowness is not the terminal even. Most of that slowness is in fact like all that slowness is. Oh, by the way, another here, we'll show it off for people who you know, we should make these flags a lot simpler. So like here, we can download like a 1B. Let's load up like a 1B model. You know, built into tinygrad. Probably the easiest thing to use. Hello, tinychat. But no, unfortunately, I think you might be thinking of Twitter. Isn't it X now? X is a synonym of everything. Tell. I see. Yeah, isn't the UI a lot nicer? Some guy just did a PR for this. It reduced lines and made it prettier. So yeah, you can try this. This 1 GB model. So this is the incantation for this. It should probably be. Oh, it works on Windows now too. Yeah, of course. I bought a Windows laptop for my trip to Cambodia because I didn't want to bring anything that was like, you know, my Mac costs like, you know, 2 Cambodian GDP per capitas. So you know, it's appropriate in Hong Kong, but I bought a crap Windows laptop for Cambodia. I did tinygrad on this. It's not that crap. It's actually very light too, which is nice. There's a lot of backpacking. But of course it's dead because no laptop can sleep except for a Mac. Yeah, 1 hour battery. Yeah, that's about how long it lasts. Plug it into charge. Oh, my housekeeper tied up all the cables. Is it charging? Ubuntu sleeps on your HP, yeah, but it still only probably lasts an hour. Is it dangerous in Cambodia? No. It's safe. It's safe. I just saw a thing about Cambodia being like 2 from the bottom in like respect for the rule of law, but I think they're mostly talking about like property rights and stuff. No, it's safe. I felt safe. Microsoft broke suspend. I can like actually believe that. I mean, the Windows team, everyone is on if you're at Microsoft, Microsoft has some very smart people on some good teams. But do you really want to be on the Windows team? I couldn't believe how hard it was to not sign up for a Microsoft account. I remember Elon complaining about that. Yeah, I mean. Okay, so for new people, you see how to run, by the way, like all of that tinygrad stuff, like debug equals 2, it works everywhere. Right, so I can just run debug equals 2, and that'll work just as easily with tinychat, right? By the way, tinychat, see this? So you can resume from this. This is completely client-side. So none of this stuff is stored on the server. It's not stored in a database. Bob's Burgers. Right, and then here. So this is all the, this is the running of the kernels for, by the way, how fast is that? See, that is stuff the GPU, that's why I use Kitty and not terminal. So you can see, yeah, it's doing like 25 milliseconds a token. We're getting kind of close to the bandwidth. I think that this can actually go way faster if anyone even looked at it. So I paid out a bounty. Some guy wrote ggguff support. So this is actually loading a ggguff. We can see here if you go to download. This is loading this Q6K ggguff. But then I think it's unpacking it to float 32, which is just a total waste of your RAM bandwidth. So we can do better than that. It's using this one. So 1B ggguff. It's pretty fast to use. You can use 7B and get almost the same speed. Or maybe half the speed of that. I don't think I have 7B on here. Or 8B. I have to download it. Oh, I said download it. I don't have it. I'll have it on my laptop. I can run on the tinybox. Can I show the banned words list? I didn't make most of the banned words. You guys can see the banned words. Everyone talking about stupid editors and crap, banned. All right. Any of the new people here from the raid who want to see any tinygrad stuff? What we did today was, so you can run with cloud equals 1. Here, we'll just run this with cloud equals 1, and that's going to run the server locally on my computer. Well, actually, it's not. That's actually going to connect there still. This will run the server locally on my computer. So this is now going through the HTTP API for tinygrad. If I run with debug equals 3, you'll see it actually print all the it prints UOPs and everything. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, no, these are the buffer frees. This is the program exec requests. I wish there was a way to like just say like debug cloud. We're eventually going to need some fancier debug stuff than just like one number. You logate. But yeah, no, so 88 requests, 1 hash is. What do I think about Triton? A lot of people like it. I think that it's better than CUDA. I mean, it's interesting what it doesn't require you to deal with in CUDA. It basically abstracts away, so you have global dimensions and local dimensions, GPUs, and it abstracts away needing to deal with the local dimensions. Every time I've tried to use it for anything off the beaten path, the compiler bugs out and crashes. I've tried multiple times to write a Triton backend for tinygrad, and if you write things in a slightly different way from exactly how they want you to write them, either the performance isn't good or the compiler just crashes. I try it every once in a while, you know. I think that like, yeah, it's a good choice for a certain set of things. But I think that long term, tinygrad wins. Because we're going all the way to the metal. We're going, like, every time, all of these abstractions at every layer, you go from like, you know, okay, so up here we have PyTorch, and then we have Torch Inductor, and then we have Triton, and then we have CUDA, and then we have the CUDA runtime, and then we have the driver, right? Each one of these abstractions is slightly imperfect. So I think that it's overall like, and normally this is a bad idea. Normally you want to build on abstraction stacks like this, but I feel that ML compute is simple enough that you don't have to. And that's kind of the whole bet for tinygrad. So one of the things we're working on now is I talked about this on Twitter this morning, the AM driver. The AM driver is actually a complete driver for the 7900 XTX that runs in user space. We already have runtimes, so we're not using any of the user space from AMD already. We can like replace it with this. But yeah, so I mean, you can see where this is going, right? And we're building each piece of it, and eventually, you're just going to run. So right now, cloud equals 1 is connecting to your computer, right? This is actually creating a server if you don't pass in a host. but we're going to update tinygrad eventually to such that cloud equals 1, and it'll even be the default if you have an API key set. So you'll set up an API, you'll sign up for the tinygrad cloud, and then you'll be able to train huge models. This gets into another thing we have to get working. You can see how stunning MNIST works. So stunning MNIST, it doesn't work yet, but instead of having a loop where you do your steps, you're going to specify all the steps up front in actually a tighter syntactic way of doing it. So you can see like how this is just like here, you do all your samples beforehand in a large virtual tensor of steps by BS, right? You don't want a data loader. You want this. You want to pre-specify everything, and then the back end will figure this all out. You already saw some foreshadowing if you watched the cloud stream for how we're going to do model weights and stuff. And the answer to that is hashes. So, right now it's actually uploading each one of these hashed things, but if the cloud tells you that it already has it, it'll just say, okay, yeah, don't bother. Don't bother, I already have the hash of that. AMD still hates money. No, it's not that they hate money. That's the wrong way to think about it. They don't understand modern software development practices. They don't understand CI and fuzzers and all these things that make modern software development so good. Like I'd be nowhere without tinygrad's amazing CI. And we've put a lot of effort into this. We also have a website. I don't know how robust this is, so don't all DDoS it. But stats.tinygrad.org. You can see tinygrad performance over time. We're not quite needing it yet, but yeah, you can see I've been working hard to make that faster. This jump's not a real jump. This jump is because we put more stuff in there. That jump's probably a real jump though, so you can look and see what it was, and then each one of these is linked to a commit, so we can see if things got faster or things got slower. What is my build system? Bro, it's completely Python. tinygrad is 100% Python. The only thing that we still use that isn't, so all of this stuff's completely optional. There are no install requires is empty. We don't even require NumPy anymore. The biggest thing that we're still using NumPy for is we were using NumPy for random number generation, but we've moved off NumPy for random number generation. So we just use 3fry. Yeah. So the only thing that we still link to on the system is we're still using the drivers from NVIDIA and AMD, and we're also using the compilers. So this is the HIP compiler, and we use CoManager. This is the CUDA compiler. The CUDA compiler still uses NVRTC. Yeah, which is why it works on Windows. Yeah, it works everywhere because, actually I was shocked. Somehow OpenCL just worked on Windows. You can see our OpenCL, we're not using some Python thing. We have these autogen stuff that just that turns the header file. And then we use, it's just C types. It's all just C types. There's two kinds of people in the world. There's people who haven't tried tinygrad, and then people who understand how amazing this is. There is no dependencies. Okay, this is not built on a huge stack. tinygrad is a sovereign stack, and it's less than 10,000 lines. And people complain about the lines. They're like, no, you write code that looks like this, right? How's anyone going to read code that looks like this? You can read it, just spend a little bit more time, right? Are we going to keep it under 10K always? Well, yeah, it's a debt ceiling. Does Python affect perf? Okay, so here's the thing about Python and perf. I mean, you saw it running this LLM. So you see this batch thing here? For each one of these batch things, so this is a graph API. We support graph APIs, so like CUDA graph, but we also support metal graph, or whatever it's really called in metal. I think it's called like just uh, yeah, indirect command buffers. We also have this whole HCQ framework, which is how we wrote the drivers for AMD, NVIDIA, and then also QCOM down here. So this is a fast driver on QCOM. We don't have to use, a lot of time is spent, if you use OpenCL, a ton of time is spent basically in malloc and free recreating the same structures over and over again. This looks much more like, HCQ looks kind of like a Vulkan-esque API, but it speaks directly to the GPU and doesn't rely on whatever quirks happen to be in the Vulkan implementation. There aren't that many GPUs, so our idea is that we'll just write backends for all of them. It's pretty Pythonic. Yeah, it's extremely Pythonic, right? Like people who complain about the tinygrad code. Okay, if we're interested in looking into like what like big important parts of tinygrad are, ops.py is a great file to read. Tensor.py, you can understand like how our comms work. So here's our conv. You see that it's actually just a pool. And that's the code for pool. It takes you a bit to get it, but like once you get it, it's wait, that's not the conv. This is the conv. So we pool it, and then the conv is just after you get the shapes right, it's just a multiply and then a sum. Like these are all the old parts of tinygrad that like they haven't even had to be touched in a long time because they're just correct. We support all the same stuff PyTorch does. Yeah, we support winograd convolutions. That's a winograd convolution. What is my ops coverage? Like everything? We support all of Onyx. We have Onyx. Onyx is, we're working on a migration. So Onyx is actually still in the extra directory, which doesn't count toward lines. But it'll be in there soon. We're working on migrating Onyx over. But yeah, no, our ops coverage is complete. But yeah, so very quickly we compile them down to these basic ops. So these are the basic ops in tinygrad. There's a few more than there used to be, but they're not many really. This is all like the things that can be on one of those graph nodes if you looked at the visualizer. So like here, let's visualize something simple. Let's look at test tiny. So let's do test gem, and let's put no opt equals 1 and debug equals 4, so you can see this is a tiny little matrix multiplier. Maybe we should do inclang so you can really see the full loops, right? So this is a tiny little matrix multiplier. It's a 4x4 matrix. So let's run that with viz, and then we're running a viz. So if you just run tinygrad, by the way, it's like you can try this all on your computer. None of what I'm showing you here this is all like well-trodden tinygrad now. So this is the matrix multiply here. You can see that it's loads with stride 0. So you see the stride 0, loads, mul, reduce axis is 2, and then there's the output shape tracker, which is 4x4. Right? So this is effectively a 4x4 times a 4x4 matrix. Now we can see how the rewrites happen. So these views and shape trackers are transformed into UOPs. So you can see it's now indexing, and that's the code to index it. We'll transform that one too. UOPs are globally unique, so you can see that those are just shared right away. So that's all of those rewrites. All right, and then like add 0. Why would we add 0? So we can see those go away. Don't add 0 there. Don't multiply by 1. So on and so forth. Clean it up. there's no optimization, so those don't do anything. And then here, instead of doing like mul4, we can do a shift2. You can read the rule here. Yeah. Replacing a mul with shift. Sorry, that's where my head is. Oh yeah, and that's the eventual code that's generated. Have you tried to ever debug LLVM? Have you tried to sit there with like, oh, I'm outputting these like files in dot format and then rendering them to SVGs? We just have viz equals 1. It's like a modern web thing. Use it for graphics. We're not interested in doing graphics. So part of the reason this whole tinygrad thing works and can be so simple is because we're targeting a restricted subset of compute. Tinygrad programs are not Turing complete. Look at how we do A-range if you really want to see some magic. It's just tinygrad. For the folders, just look at this one here, tinygrad. And then exclude runtime autogen. Exclude this one directory. We have a script called size, and you can debate whether you think it's correctly counted, but we don't count the auto-generated files because they're deterministically auto-generated. They're just like headers that we pull from parts of the internet. But yeah, no, the actual code. Here, and this is a breakdown of what all the files are. So most of them are in tensor, a lot in ops. Our kernel is a trash pile and should mostly be deleted. This is the NVIDIA driver, the NVIDIA runtime. C-style is a renderer. So you can go to like, this is actually what renders all the different, not that C-style, it needs to be deleted. This is what renders all the like expressions to actually output C code. I just rewrote this one. This is what renders the expressions for LLVM. Pretty simple to read, right? Like here, you can see this rewrite. So like when you get like a square root, okay, you rewrite it as the context call square root. Bitcast is bitcast. Cast is an op depending on what your types are. Range creates a bunch of basic blocks. We'll just output some LLVM IR. So like if you want to see this in LLVM IR, I can just change this here to LLVM equals 1. And there you go. There it is in LLVM. We can raise the debug level even more. These are the UOPs. And then we can raise the debug level one last time and see the assembly that's actually created. So like this is the graph specification. This is the name. These are the UOPs that are generated after the optimization passes. This is the LLVM code that's rendered, and then this is the ARM assembly. And you can just raise the debug number. No company like this is why I think like money just gets stupid, right? It's like tinygrad was mostly written by like 5 people. And we have a really great team here, and it's because we, the way we hired. It's the most merit-based thing in the world. We hired people who came in exclusively through bounties. You showed that you could do the work, and then you got a job here. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, those 5 are great, right? Because you get more people, you're going to get more code, and you're going to get more cruft, and people are just going to be writing things that nobody wants. Like we have stuff in tinygrad, like transcendental here. Right? We're spending 154 lines. You don't even need, your accelerator doesn't need to support xblog or sign. We have implementations of xblog and sign in other formats. That's 3fry. it's just straight up, it's 3fry. It's like the most clean implementation of 3fry you've ever seen, and that's our random number generator that matches Jax perfectly. Right? Try to read that same code in Jax. Like try to figure out how Jax works, okay? So like to go through a full thing in tinygrad. So we start in tensor, we start in def rand, right? So you know, a bunch of checking. Generate the seeds, ignore 0, implement the counters, but then here we get bits from 3fry random bits. Okay, so that's the internal one. The internal one here is calling into 3fry.apply. Okay, so 3fry.apply is a function. Even this functional layer is going to be removed when we replace the gradient API once we have a big graph. Maybe I can raise more money so I can hire you. That's exactly what you don't want to do. I'm not like, just start contributing, right? So yeah, then it's calling ALU, binary ops 3fry. Okay, so how is 3fry actually implemented? So 3fry is an op here. And then you're like, okay, so where else is 3fry used? Oh, here it's used in uop graph. Here's a rewrite rule that rewrites 3fry using this function. Let me go to the definition of this function, and there's the actual 3fry. All right, it's like no, like the most boilerplate is in tensor.py, and a lot of that boilerplate can be removed. But like that's the most pure function. No, we don't need a scrum master. We don't need an agile coach. We don't need a head of diversity and inclusion. Can tinygrad train GPT-4? No. We have no support yet for cross-machine stuff, but you've seen the API. It's just going to be the cloud API. And I hope that like, it's going to take a year still. Like our target is why is comma not using tinygrad for training, right? And we're not going to like force them to use it. We can obviously shill it to them, but you know, comma still uses PyTorch for training. Why hasn't comma switched to tinygrad? Once comma of their own accord switches to tinygrad for training, we've won. It's still going to be a year, maybe 2. You know, these things take a long time. Building infrastructure takes a long time, but every day it gets a little bit better. And this is my, you know, a piece of my legacy. tinygrad. You know, it's the team too. It's and you can see they're on GitHub. You can see everyone's contributions. It's completely open. It's beautiful. Yeah, and there's a lot of ways to contribute to this project. Like there's a lot of different parts of tinygrad. Oh, here's another good new one to show off if you guys haven't seen it. You know, we have docs. They're actually pretty good. Like the docs are like very usable. So a quick understanding of tinygrad, you know, that's other stuff and that's tinygrad. Some guy made this on Twitter. I just stole it. So yeah, if you want to like see like, oh, how do I create a tensor? Oh, okay, cool. So I have like the basic creation methods, random creation methods. Okay, how do I do movement in a tensor? Here are the low-level ones, the high-level ones. How about element-wise operations? Sure, I can do all this. I can do all these activation functions. Element-wise casting. Okay, now we get into complex ops. You know, the basic reduce ones. I shouldn't call that complex ops. I should come up with a better name for that. But like here, okay, here's conf2d. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Just see the PyTorch docs. And there's still so much to do. The D types we support. We have docs for HCQ, those HCQ devices. You contributed by complaining
In issues. Complaining in issues is good. You have clear, reproducible things. We prefer, if you find an issue, the best way to really get us to look at it is to put up a pull request with a failing test. And you can mark the test as failing. And then if we look at it and if the test clearly should succeed and doesn't succeed, and you mark the test as failing, that's the quickest way to get us to really look at any issue. When Jai is out, rewrite tinygrad in Jai. I'm a Python shell. There's a few things about Python I don't like. Probably one of my least favorite things is the lambda. Oh, the lambda expression. The lambda expression's so clunky. The type system's shit. But there's no better programming language. I love Python. Like how much you can express in one line. The density of Python. By the way, we were talking about those graph rewrites, the things that I was showing you before. Like here's the different graph rewrites. Graph rewrite is, again, our equivalent to an LLVM pass. Here are the matching rules. If you want like the normal matching rules you'd expect, they're actually just in the op simplifier here in symbolic. So like, this here says x plus 0 equals x, x times 1 equals x, x divided by x equals 1. You can just add rules to this. I added this rule this morning. So x or x and y is just x. I don't think Mojo is fast at stuff like this. I don't know. They started out not like open source, and I know it's more open now, but like trying to build non-open source infrastructure is kind of a non-starter, and it makes me worry about the long-term future of the project. tinygrad has been MIT licensed since day one, and it will continue to be MIT licensed. Which tweet is this? Python is number 1, that's right. No, that's not why I despise JavaScript, but we're not gonna go into how JavaScript's ints are floats. Doubles. Everything's a double in JavaScript. You have a pointer, it's a double. It's a double. Sorry, you wanted a different type? I'm sorry. All we have is doubles. JavaScript can't do math. Yeah, it's who's in my house? All right. I think it's time to go get food. Thank you for watching today's stream. Hopefully this last part serves as a good intro to tinygrad. I'll make an exception, but you have to be very careful while doing this, okay? So, clips are banned of my content. If you post clips, I will get I will copyright strike your account. We definitely don't want clips of any political stuff taken out of context, because it is taken out of context, right? So, sorry, until the copyright laws are overthrown, I will copyright strike the shit out of you. But if anyone would like to take any of the tinygrad content and make tinygrad explainer videos, what hypocrisy? Oh, whoa. Hypocrisy would be if I licensed my code and tried to charge people for the code. That's what I don't believe in. Having an artist talk about how they want their thing to be expressed, we gotta respect that, And I also, you know what? I'll make another exception. So, I believe that a copyright should only last 5 years. So all my content older than 5 years can be clipped. But new content, no clips, unless it's for tinygrad tutorials. Hotz figures it out. Which one's that? Used to have the #1 clip on the channel. What clip is this? Can we watch it without logins? It makes a lot of sense that this virus is spending 2/3 of its code copying.
This is This is basically a minimum like RNA copy routine. Because I knew your body didn't have RNA copy routines. The spike glycoprotein. This is the exploit. This is the payload. The payload basically just says make a copy, and these are a few helper functions. Yo, this is sick.
Yo, remember that time we reverse engineered COVID? Those were good times.
So simple. You know what? I mean, geniuses must have figured this out too.
Yeah. Ew, COVID. Young and happy. I'm happy today. We're in a good mood today. Today was a good stream, right, everyone? Was today a good stream? It's NPR for Viz and MVers. I don't know if anyone still reads MVers, but we happy today? We happy today? Summer mask. Yeah, get your summer mask. I gotta figure out how to cut lines. We'll figure out how to cut lines. We'll have to go in and figure out where we added lines. We'll also, another cool thing that we're going to be able to do soon is we have a web GPU port in progress. Is this ready to merge? It might be ready to merge now. I merged that one. We have a meeting today. We have a meeting today at 8 o'clock Hong Kong time. So in about 4.5 hours, our meetings are open to everybody. So everybody can listen in on the meetings. And if you are a good contributor, you can start participating. So what we're going to be able to do when you combine cloud and web GPU is you're going to be able to basically, if you have a 4090, think about it. You just need to open a website and then other people can use your GPU, and then we've built the decentralized cloud. And I know this shit's gonna happen, but you know, like the code makes that possible. Oh. Approach to learning. I read 3 self-help Twitter threads. Cryptocurrency backed by T-flops. I don't think this stuff works. I don't know about how much this distributed stuff's gonna work. I mean, we're gonna offer, like, it's a value-add cloud service. That's like you know, one of the places we can play. And you're like, George, but how are you gonna compete with Amazon? Right? Look how you're gonna not get MongoDBified. We're gonna relicense tinygrad under the business source license. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna use 4090s. tinygrad exposes a public API. You write a backend for it. It's not like it exposes an API. So like you can look at, maybe the simplest backend to understand is like the HIP backend. If you want like a GPU one. Just the HIP one doesn't support a lot of fancy features. So if you want like an absolutely basic one, or actually the Clang one is pretty basic. The Clang one is really simple. And then you also have to understand there's a renderer, there's the compiler there, this is the runtime, and then Clang Graph will batch multiple things together so you can run them in a batch. Hellhound, thank you for gifting subs. Did you have a question? Who was gifting subs before, too? Did I miss someone gifting subs? We can get you in touch with our AWS salespeople. No, we're gonna Cloud Equals One. I think we're targeting something like GPUs are gonna be like, I think we can do 50 cents an hour, and we'll bill you down to the second for them.
Yeah, I think we can do 50 cents an hour. Let's do some quick math on that. All right, so if we have a tiny box at 50 cents an hour, that's going to earn $3 an hour for the whole box. All right, now 24, that. So how many months? That's an AMD GPU, by the way. So like in a year, yeah, cool. That's pretty good profit. Yeah, that's pretty good. 50 cents an hour. If you want, no, that might get you we might be able to get you a 4090 for that. And then we're billing you per second. So, as long as you keep the connection open, you're being billed for it. But if you just want to like, quickly train a model, or yeah, do anything, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We have to. I don't think new MLPerf is out. We're on new MLPerf. Our time isn't great, but we're there. We're there. We're there with not with ResNet, because ResNet was removed from MLPerf. Yeah, 2.5 for H100 PCIe. So yeah, a 4090 is about like a third to like 2.5 4090s is one H100. So yeah, we're a bit cheaper than that. But again, it's not just the price. Our price is competitive, but the main thing that you're going to get with our cloud is an orchestration layer that just basically lets you connect to a single GPU, train on GPUs, on demand. No, don't spend time, I got to set up my environment. I got to send my SSH keys. I got to run this script. No, cloud equals 1. Cloud equals 1. It's going to be as easy as cloud equals 1. All right, cool. Thank you for watching my stream. Enjoy your day, everybody. Have a nice day. And remember, America. 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 I'll see America soon. But for now, I'm going to go eat noodles in Hong Kong.